Good afternoon and welcome everyone to our council meeting this afternoon. I'm going to call the meeting to order at this point and invite Deputy Mayor Keaveney to give us our land acknowledgement.
We would like to begin by acknowledging that we are meeting on the traditional lands and treaty territory of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, which includes the Chippewas of Nawash Unceded First Nation and the Chippewas of Saugeen First Nation. We also recognize the Métis whose ancestors shared this land and these waters. We extend our gratitude to all Anishinaabe and Métis peoples and their descendants, past, present, and future, who continue to care for and inhabit these lands and tend these waters.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm just going to invite you to join me in a moment of silent reflection next. Thank you. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, just a reminder that you can bring it forward whenever it occurs to you. And do we have any announcements today? Deputy Mayor, I know we can always count on you for an announcement.
Always. Thank you very much, Your Worship, and good afternoon, everyone. It's wonderful to see a full house here in Council Chambers. And I wanted to share a little preview of our March 10th event. I think, as everyone knows, this is our sesquicentennial year. So the kickoff event is happening, as I say, on March 10th at the Community Center. From 12 until 2, there will be free public skating. And from 2 o'clock until 4 in the Community Center, there will be, as I say, the kickoff event, which will include the Golden Air singing "O Canada." There will be a pickleball demonstration for kids. There'll be coffee and hot chocolate served, as well as cupcakes, which will be provided by the Military Family Resource Center. There'll be crafts for children, and there will be many other surprises, which I won't give away. But do please, everyone, put March the 10th on your calendars and come and join us at the Community Center for the kickoff of our 150th celebrations. Thank you.
Other announcements today? No more around the horseshoe. Acting CAO, Matt Smith.
Sure. I have a couple today. The first is about the Community Builder Award nominations. As Council knows, every year Council presents the Community Builder Award to outstanding individuals who've helped shape and promote our community through their devotion to volunteering on behalf of Meaford and its residents. Nominations for that award for 2024 are now open. You can visit meaford.ca/communitybuilder to get an application form or pick up a nomination form at the Municipal Administration Office or at Riverside, Woodford and Bognor Halls, Meaford Hall, Meaford Public Library or Meaford and St Vincent Community Centre. Nominations are due by Friday, March the 15th. After the close of nominations, Council will review those nominations and select the recipients, and the award will be presented at this year's Volunteer Appreciation event, which is scheduled for Tuesday, April the 16th. That event runs in tandem with National Volunteer Week, which is April 15th to 19th, and we encourage you to celebrate a volunteer in your life by sending in a nomination. More details on the Volunteer Appreciation event will be released in March. Then I have one staff introduction today. Sue Brown is taking on the role of Executive Assistant to the CAO, whilst Julie Bolliger has been seconded to the Pump Storage Project Administrator role. I think Sue is here somewhere. Oh, nope, she may arrive shortly.
I met her this morning anyway, so good. Okay, moving on to public participation. Members of the public are encouraged to provide council with their comments and questions. Presentations must be prearranged with legislative services before the agenda is released and will be limited to 10 minutes. If a member of the public wishes to make a deputation on items on the council agenda or to ask a public question of council, they may do so either in person or at the council chambers here or remotely via Zoom. Members of the public wishing to make a deputation or ask a public question must register in advance with legislative services by 10 in the morning on the day of by contacting the deputy clerk at deputyclerk@meaford.ca or calling 519-538-1060. The extension is 1100. An email with access information will be sent to those who register for remote participation. Deputations are limited to 5 minutes and public questions are limited to 2 minutes. And the public can watch this meeting live via the Municipality of Meaford's YouTube channel, www.meaford.ca/YouTube. So moving on to presentations, we have one today, and I'd like to call Susan Jemmett to the podium. She's going to be speaking about leash-free time at Memorial Park. And just while you're getting set up there, this is our new member of staff, Susan Brown. So hi, Susan. And Susan Jemmett, if you're ready to go.
Yep, I am. So obviously, there's a new sign at Memorial Park stating that the leash-free time is from December 1 to March 31st. I've been walking there basically twice a day since 2014, and it has always been November 1 to April 15, and that is what the signage says in the park on the trail right beside the road. There's one up in the campground. There's a couple of them. Anyway, I did see the bylaw 052-2013 that does say December 1 to March 31. And so my question is, can we change that bylaw and go back to November 1 to April 15th? The other thing, very interesting, I just found out, here's your brochure for Meaford, okay? And it talks about, well, it states that it is your destination for dog-friendly fun, off-leash beach, and right in here, it says Memorial Park, November through April, full run of Memorial Park, right in your brochure. So I'm not quite sure why things were changed, December 1 to March 31st. And honestly, I've been in there lots of times in November. There's been absolutely nothing going on. And there sure as heck isn't anything going on in there in April. So I guess I'd just respectfully like to ask that we can change that bylaw and go November 1 to April 15 the way it's signed. And also that sign that has been put up is just the most negative, almost a threatening sign. I think it is a really bad publicity for a dog-friendly community to have that sign underneath Memorial Park. So that's what I'm asking. Do you need me to say anything else?
No, but we'll try and get some answers for you here. Can anyone respond to why there's a difference in the signs and the dates? Oh, okay, Mr. Voigt.
Through your worship, I found out about this late this morning, and I'm just pulling up a message from Holly. Yeah, there was an error. So as the speaker just noted, it has been corrected to be the dates that are in the bylaw. And we're happy if council wants to change the bylaw, we can bring that forward. But I don't know how we got the wrong dates in there or when that was changed. Like I said, I just found out about this. So the correction has been made. And it sounds like there's at least one speaker here who would like that addressed. So that's a matter actually of council to do. We can't just change the time unilaterally.
Okay. Go ahead, Jessica.
From an operational standpoint through you, the reason, so it is December 1st to March 31st is the bylaw, and that's hasn't changed. It is, we are trying to close the park down. So the reason that it isn't earlier than that is trying to get everything we make sure all the water is blown out of the lines, like all the stuff that's got to happen once the campers leave. And the same goes on the other side is by April 1st, we're starting to plan for the new season. So that was the rationale behind the timing. But my understanding from speaking to Holly was that it was on her work plan to bring the bylaw forward this year in order to look at options for it as well. Because as much as there's people who it's two sides, right? Like there's people who also might not think that it's a great idea, and there's lots of people who do. So I think it's a good avenue to look at it through her.
So how should Susan and her friends move forward? What's the best way to have the bylaw looked at? Matt?
So we would require a notice of motion from council to give some direction to update the bylaw to some different dates.
Okay, so we can do that during notice of motions today. So will somebody, anyone interested in doing that? That makes sense, Brandon? We will ask you to, or at least I'll come back to you at notice of motions for them. Okay. All right. Thank you, Susan. Is there anything else?
No, other than the only thing I would really like to ask is that apparently there was a Parks Advisory Committee where the residents of Meaford had an opportunity to have some input. And apparently it was disbanded, but I would really like to see something like that come back. So I just thought I
I
would
think
mention it.
Parks and Recreation is engrossed in one of the new committees. And Matt, if you'd like to speak to that.
The Strengthening Our Community Committee will take a look at all sorts of policy related things related to parks and recreation, as well as a number of other things.
I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry.
The Strengthening Our Community Committee will look at parks and recreation as well as a number of other things. And we are taking applications for that right now.
Yes.
Okay. So, you know, because Memorial Park is an absolutely beautiful park that we hardly as residents have any access to, really, because all summer long, it's nothing but campers and it's not really enjoyable being in there. So it's just nice to
I
be able to
disagree
have
with-
some time.
I would disagree with that, but
Well-
my mission is I don't believe in having parks closed anytime. We're a four-season tourism area. And so parks should be open 12 months of the year.
I totally agree. I totally agree. It's just for the residents, it's not really accessible in the summertime because it is full of campers. And when you walk around, all you smell is wood smoke from the fire. So that's just, but I get it. And I get that it's a good resource for you for money, for sure. But it would just be nice that the residents could have a little more access. And so certainly these winter months are just great.
And
So
the good news is we have at least two other parks on the waterfront in Meaford, as well as the whole harbor. So lots of opportunity for everyone to get close to the
Not-
water.
not any, I'm sorry, but not anything like Memorial Park. I mean, the trails in there, the trees in summer. I mean, it's beautiful to go in there, but anyway, I guess that's really all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So when will I know whether you're going to do anything or will I know?
First of all, Brandon is going to bring forward notice of motion later today at the appropriate point in the agenda. And then he'll work on a motion that will come forward at our next meeting. And if council approves it, we'll see what the motion is. If council approves it, hopefully you'll get an extension of your or some other concessions to.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Our next presenter is Mark Piotrowski, and this is a deputation. You have 5 minutes, Mark, if you want to come up. And he's speaking to the pump storage project update on today's agenda. So,
Honorable Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and members of council.
is his mic on?
Pardon?
Oh,
Yeah,
it is.
red
Okay,
light's
sorry, I
on.
couldn't see it.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Good. I got my hearing aids in, so it's really loud. I just have a few questions here about the committee forming for pump storage. I have a series of questions regarding the terms of reference for the Ontario Pump Storage Committee. I would ask council to discuss with staff and clarify these points before making a decision to adopt these terms of reference. A, why does the terms of reference have to have a unique bylaw to establish a pump storage advisory committee? What makes this committee different than the other 6 committees being established that are directly linked to a unique bylaw enacted? B, the terms of reference indicates the members of the committee may apply for funds for travel and other costs to further its mandate. What travel is the municipality contemplating? If this travels as a group, is that not considered a municipal delegation? And as such is considered a committee meeting? If that's a committee meeting and it travels, how will it remain public? C, membership of the committees is focused on distributing, talking about this committee in particular, is focused on distributing unproven, unverified fear tactics in order to stop the project. By providing opposition groups with multiple positions that are funded, travel expenses included, platform, you are inducing competition among residents of Meaford and applying and amplifying disinformation. D, was TC Energy engaged in the development of the terms of reference? Were they invited to provide comment, advice, or sought their thinking on how they will or continue to address the public questions, concerns, and issues? I don't believe TC was consulted on these terms, nor have they been invited to participate. How do you intend to foster constructive dialogue when you haven't even consulted the proponent? And my final thing here, I believe Meaford needs a public body to discuss priorities and issues that fall within Meaford's jurisdiction and are directly related to the offer of a community betterment agreement with TC Energy. This committee is not that body, I feel. Despite I would like to apply and participate, unless I get some good answers, unfortunately, I won't even apply for this committee. I implore council to ask staff to revisit the terms of reference requests, TCE collaboration on a joint work plan and budget that is focused on a community betterment agreement and be included in future committees.
Thank you, Mark. Would you like to respond to any of the questions, Mr. Theo?
I think I'll just deal with the procedural one. The other things I think are for council's conversation when we get to that point in the agenda. In terms of the bylaws, every committee will have a separate bylaw. We always do that. So although there is a report on committee of the whole today with a resolution that combines 6, when that gets to council in 2 weeks' time, presuming council vote for it to go forward, there will be 6 bylaws there. And the reason that we do that is so that if we ever need to amend or repeal any of the individual committee ones, then we can do that individually rather than having to do change appendix 3 of bylaw or something. We can just do the whole one at once. The reason it's a separate item on this agenda is because we have previously committed and council's given direction to do a quarterly report on the pump storage project. And so because we were doing a quarterly report on the pump storage project, it seemed to make sense to have that direction be part of that particular report.
Does that answer one of your questions, Mark?
Yes, it does, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. And
Thank you.
as I say, if you are able to stay on for the debate, then you'll hear, what people think about your other questions, okay?
Okay. I got a little time before the flower shop needs it. Thank you.
The next item is a deputation with Clark Little. Mr. Little, if you'd like to come to the podium and maybe identify your affiliation or, thank you.
Your Worship, Madam Deputy Mayor and councillors, good afternoon. My name is Clark Little. We know each other, but some in the crowd may not. I'm the Ontario Pump Storage Community Relations Rep here in Meaford. I'd also like to draw attention to Sarah Beasley, who is our communications lead for the pump storage project, who's attending today. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this afternoon. My last deputation to you was more than a year ago, just a year ago, last January, during which I highlighted some of the projected benefits and opportunities associated with the Ontario Pump Storage Project. And implied in that briefing, you may remember the slides, I think that we tried to kill you by slides, but in that deputation, implied in about the importance of collaboration. And I used the word partnerships, small p, could be the foundation of a business and community relationship that would carry us collectively well into the future. Today, nothing has changed in our approach. We continue to be sensitive and fully committed to mutual transparency and collaboration with all parties with whom we are working as we navigate toward a pump storage project, which is actually in operation. However, the introduction of the document on the agenda to the CAO 2405-5 entitled Pump Storage Project Update has caused us to pause momentarily. Why? Well, I think it's best expressed in a letter from Mr. John Mickelson, the OPS Director of Project Development and the lead of this project, that was forwarded or sent to the acting CAO, the mayor and deputy mayor last Friday afternoon. And rather than try to paraphrase it, I'm going to read it in entirety into the record with your permission.
Yes, by all means.
Quote, reference the Pump Storage Advisory Committee, brackets PSAC in brackets. Mr. Smith, I'm writing you today regarding the proposed terms of reference, TOR, for the Pump Storage Advisory Committee. Since our earliest engagement with the municipality, TransCanada Energy has worked diligently to build a relationship based on collaboration and transparency, with commitments and processes to recover reasonably incurred costs borne by the municipality and to build a lasting long-term partnership with Meaford that would be enshrined through a community benefit agreement. While we remain fully committed to these principles and processes, we are concerned and disappointed by the lack of consultation and collaboration concerning the proposed Pump Storage Advisory Committee, and we are requesting deferral of the council's consideration of the Pump Storage Advisory Committee document to ensure fulsome discussions between ourselves and the municipality. In short, we're disappointed that the proposals, there's a reference there again, and the TORs were formulated in isolation without collaboration or input from us. As constituted, we have concerns ranging from the prospective membership, specifically TransCanada Energy's absence, to questions about the scope and the mandate of the committee and costs associated with the activities and operation of the committee. Accordingly, we respectfully request that you defer any discussion of the proposed TOR during the February 12, 2024 council meeting until such time that we can engage in a collaborative and transparent dialogue related to that document, after which the document can be resubmitted to council. I appreciate your attention to this matter and I am available to discuss further at your convenience. End of quote. That letter was signed by John Mickelson. I'd also just mention in the sidebar here that we were part of the process at a post in the margins of a Roma meeting in January of 2023, where the topic of this particular committee didn't have a name, the concept came up in the discussion. In fact, you and the deputy mayor presented, and Rob Armstrong presented that proposal to us. We fully support that proposal. We think it's an absolutely essential element of how we move forward. And but we would still ask for some time to sit down and talk to you about this current proposal. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Little? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And now we have one final deputation, and this will be a virtual deputation, and it concerns items for consideration, item 8.2 on the agenda, and this is a zoning bylaw amendment, Z05 2023. Lots 1659 and 1660 of Plan 309. And I'm going to call on Caroline Baker, who represents the proponent. Are you on the line, Caroline?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon to Mayor and members of council. As mentioned, my name is Caroline Baker. I'm a land use planner with Baker Planning Group, assisting the owner with the zone change application before you this afternoon. I just wanted to be here in case there was any questions of council through the staff presentation, and wanted to confirm that we're in agreement and support the recommendation of planning staff to support this zone change application. It will contribute to a range and mix of housing in the community that meets the minimum density targets established in the official plan. And certainly, as I mentioned, here mostly to answer any questions and be of any assistance to council. Thank you.
Does anyone have a question for Caroline at this time? I see none, but thank you for being there and for speaking to us on in favor of it. Matt, did you have something? No. Okay. Thank you again then. And that concludes the public portion of our meeting. Are there any council inquiries today? I see none at the moment. Are there any? I guess we move into our consent agenda next, and we have a couple of items here that have been before Committee of the Whole for discussion. And council can choose to pass these items with one motion, or you could also request an item be pulled for separate consideration. So between A and B, are we going to take them together, or do you want to deal with them separately? Together? Okay. Alrighty. So I'm going to read these. First is that Council of the Municipality of Meaford, 1, approve a grant in the amount of $50,000 at 26 Nelson Street in accordance with the Community Improvement Plan, and 2, authorize the mayor and clerk to enter into an agreement with the applicants for the purpose of awarding a tax increment equivalent grant for the duration of the 10-year period following completion of the works being applied for. And item B, the recommendation is that Council of the Municipality of Meaford, 1, approve a grant in the amount of $20,800 at 40 Syke Street in accordance with the Community Improvement Plan. 2, approve loans in the amount of $20,570 at 40 Syke Street in accordance with the Community Improvement Plan. And 3, authorize the treasurer to transfer $28,870 from the Community Improvement Plan Reserve to fund this award. Need a mover and a seconder for those. Moved by Councillor Forder and seconded by Councillor Bartley. Discussion? Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On the first one, about the tax incentive.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, if we're taking these together, there's no discussion. If we want to talk about them, we need to separate them out and do them separately because it's either consent agenda or they're individual items.
Okay, so we voted to talk about that. Well, you're saying we cannot raise questions about one without dealing with the other?
Yes, so if we want to talk about either of them, we just need to pull that from the agenda and deal with that separately.
So how do we back up now? I need a motion, I guess, to deal with item A separately. Moved by Councillor Bell, seconded by Councillor Greenfield. So go ahead with your question, Tony.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, and I apologize. I know well enough that I should have said that when that point was brought up to pull it. I do apologize. Just some clarification again about the tax incentive thing and how that can really affect the municipality, not just with this particular build, but in the future and other areas, what the implications truly can be to the municipality financially. Because most could apply now that they know that this is available.
Mr. White?
Through your worship, yes. So in terms of this application, it means that the applicant would be paying the tax based on its current assessment, and then 10% increments of that new assessment going up every year for that 10-year period, and the difference is made up by the municipality through the general funds from tax revenue. The implications, I think that you're referring to, which were brought up at the last meeting, are relating primarily to vacant sites where it would be expected that the difference in taxes assessed on a vacant property compared to something with a new building on it would be quite drastic. Yes, that just means that the numbers that you see projected here would just be, much, much larger because you're dealing with that difference between the baseline of what it is now and what it is in the future. The implications are That would be if council would approve those kinds of applications, which could be made under this program. It would just be more coming out of general tax levy to offset those costs. So it is a type of incentive. Some communities use it more, some less, some not at all. And I think it's fair to say that there's no obligation from council to approve any further applications. Just because you approved one doesn't mean you approve others. That is a political decision that you would make. But there is some potential there now that there has been one applicant coming forward for a program that's been available for many years now, that perhaps others are going to step forward and council will be asked a similar question with much greater financial impact.
Yeah, if I could just add that concerning item A, this put that $50,000 against a $3.5 million investment in one of our historic buildings and in the core of Meaford. I think I'm really glad that we have this program, and I'm really glad that people are using it to bring about some of the change that I personally got elected to see happen. I feel that we need some of this growth and development, and it couldn't be in a better spot than in the Heritage Fire Hall, right beside Meaford Hall and the town square. So I'm pretty pumped about this particular application. Glad to endorse it, and frankly feel that probably the benefits outweigh any disadvantages. But that remains to be seen, and it'll be future councils that will make decisions on this sort of incentive. But it's a pity to have a program that is designed to incent growth and development that nobody uses. So, Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Interestingly, because you said 50,000, and technically we're going to be actually $68,780 because the difference is the $18,780 in taxes. But I totally still fully support it based on the fact that we've discussed in the past whether we think $50,000 is even enough of an incentive. Other municipalities look at community improvement as a true economic development driver, and so whether or not we think that 50,000 is enough, and we've wrestled with again. Not a rich municipality, don't have lots of money to throw around, but if we can help support, as you said, things that are very valuable, that are going to be long-term benefits to the community, then I can also validate that extra 18.7 to go with the 50 to help support this kind of initiative.
Councillor Bartley. I think we've got you cut off. We're calling the IT people to. No. We're just in the process, I think, of trying a number of different plugs. Wait.
Done that before. Thank you, Mayor Kentner, and I wasn't going to comment on this until it was opened up. I agree with you. I support this. It's a great project, but I also agree with Councillor Bell. I brought it up last week, and I think we were told one thing is the increments is only on the municipal portion of the taxes, correct? It's not on the county portion or the education portion. They would have to pay full pop of that. I agree with this. It was all discussed that we're going to go over bylaws and whatnot for this and tighten them up in the very near future. So Councillor Bell has a strong argument, but I think we're going to correct that. Thank you.
And I'm going to go to Mr. Smith, if I may, because we had a public inquiry about the actual cost of this particular loan. So, or this particular agreement, the tax. So could you just, I think I heard it from Councillor Urick, but just stipulate exactly how much money that we are.
So we won't know until after the project is completed. The report has an estimate in there of approximately $18,780 across the 10 years in terms of a revenue offset. The reason why we won't know is because we can't tell how much the subsidy will be until MPAC reassesses the building once it's completed. We could pay for MPAC to come and do a preliminary assessment. That's over $1,000 for them to come in and do that. And there is no guarantee that it will be anything close to what the final outcome is, because obviously it's quite hard to assess the value of something that right now doesn't have a lot inside of it while they do a lot of the construction work. So I think right now we can just work on best assumptions, but we won't know until after the project's done and MPAC does their reassessment exactly how much it will be.
But something in the area of $1,800 a year is a guesstimate.
So that's our guesstimate, but it wouldn't be broad across the 10 years in the same way, because it will be a 90% subsidy in year one, going down to a 10% subsidy in year 9. It will be closer to $4,000 in year one and closer to $400 in year 9.
Okay.
But as we say, that's very much an estimate.
I want the ratepayer to know that we're not giving away the farm. So thank you. So any more discussion on this? Are you ready to vote? All in favor? And so A and B are carried, and we go on now to
that was only item A.
Sorry.
Mr. Mayor, we'll now have to do item B separately.
Okay, item B, and there was no discussion. I don't think any would needed to. It's very similar issues. All in favor? And that is carried as well. Thanks for keeping me on track. So now looking at items for consideration, and I believe that Meredith Gillespie, the planner, is going to present on this, and I suppose we maybe have Caroline still online. I'm not sure if there were questions, but.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes. Hello, everybody. Yeah, I would just like to remind council that Caroline was here making a deputation, so there's no opportunity for involvement back and forth at this time.
Thank you.
Nor at that time. Yes, so I'd love to briefly summarize the application today and respond to any questions from council. So as we know, the application requests to rezone the property to allow for a maximum of 10 residential units. If approved, the property would be rezoned from development with exception D290 to the residential multiple zone. Exception 290 is proposed to be deleted and replaced with the following site-specific provisions in order to enable the proposal. Firstly, the plan is to add single detached dwellings as a permitted use. Secondly, to provide an interior side yard setback of 1.2 meters on the west side of the property. And thirdly and finally, to permit a maximum of 10 units and a minimum of 5 units. So I'll leave my summary there and answer any questions from council. Thank you.
Questions on this? Well, sorry, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. And Meredith, I just wonder if you could expand a little bit on the approval for the servicing from in behind and what impact that would have then on potential future servicing on Nelson Street.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'd be happy to answer that. So the proponent did provide a servicing memo, which provided information regarding the feasibility of servicing from Ironwood Drive, particularly providing a sanitary connection from Ironwood Drive. And that servicing memo was reviewed by the municipal engineering team to confirm that it was sound. And so for that reason, staff have made the recommendation that the proposed development can be serviced from using the sanitary connection from Ironwood Drive and the water from Nelson Street at the front of the property. And so in regard to the future servicing of Nelson Street, we are always analyzing all development on a case-by-case basis. So in this case, the proposed servicing is as I've outlined, and future servicing would be based on future development proposals.
Any other questions? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. If I may, a second question for Meredith. At the public meeting, there was a lot of concern from residents regarding traffic and parking and so on. And I know there's discussion in the report, but did we make any headway or any changes after that discussion involving our residents and their concerns? There will still be parking, as I understand in the report, permitted on Nelson Street, and there's nothing we can do to change that.
Through your worship. Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Deputy Mayor. So regarding the parking that's proposed as part of the application is what is beyond what's required in our zoning bylaw. So as staff, we're satisfied with their proposed parking. And in regards to parking on Nelson Street, there is availability to do so if the need arises, but staff are satisfied with the amount of parking that's been proposed as it stands. And just finally, you mentioned that it was a concern of the neighbors and residents, nearby residents. So that was summarized in the report and in the appendix 2 of the comment summary. And those neighbors have been engaged with to understand what the potential parking could look like on site and also on Nelson. So they've been spoken to and with.
You ready for the vote then? All in favor? That is carried. Thank you, Meredith. So we're going to move into committee of the whole. At this point, I need a motion for that. Motion, Councillor Forder, second by Councillor Bell. The first order of business here, and by the way, it's 141 that we moved into committee of the whole. Recommendation is that committee of the whole recommend council of the municipality of Meaford enact a bylaw to establish a pump storage advisory committee. That's item A. Need a mover and a seconder to put it on the floor. Moved by Councillor Bell, seconded by Councillor Greenfield. Councillor Bell.
Mr. Mayor, on this item, CAO 2024-05, storage project update, I move this be deferred.
Yeah, I don't share your microphone is on there. There we
I
are.
move that this item be deferred.
We need a seconder to discuss that. Seconded by Councillor Greenfield. Did you wish to speak, Matt?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. With my clerk hat on, just the normal reminder that a deferral would just literally mean that the same report comes back again at a future date. If council wants something different, then you need to provide some direction instead of deferring.
Yeah. So I think that what the interim clerk is CAO is telling us is that we have a couple of options here, and the one that kind of appeals to me is to discuss this rather fully and see if we can change it to satisfy anyone who wants it deferred, or if we're going to defer it, at least have some discussion perhaps before we vote on that. Is that go ahead, Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So then my reason for asking for a deferral is embedded in what we have all read over the weekend. And the deferral I'm basing it on is page 55. And in that, as we have read this afternoon, there's going to be a closed session. There's going to be a closed session which deals, as we read, and Mr. Mayor, you'll announce what that's about. But as a councillor, I cannot move forward as presented today without having that closed session first, having a good understanding of what that means. So when we come back to this, we'll have more understanding. And at this point, as this is presented before that, I do not know. And that is why I'd like to defer it until our closed session has happened.
And I'll ask you, Mr. Smith, if we could actually reverse the order and have that closed session and then come back to this item.
So we can, yes, there's a slightly different motion from just a deferral, because in effect we'd just be postponing consideration of this until after the closed session in this meeting. So we would just come back to it afterwards. We absolutely can. The one caveat I'll put on that is that the content of this report isn't closed session eligible. The terms of reference for the committee are something that have to be dealt with in open session. So depending on what it is that the councillor wants to find out in closed session, we wouldn't be able to talk about the details of, changes to the terms of reference in closed session.
Anybody have any thoughts on how they'd like to proceed? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, and I apologize. This is a very serious and concerning report, in my opinion. We did hear from Clark Little today, and I understand TC would like us to have further conversation with them about this committee. In my opinion, if we go back to a year ago, February 27th, 2023, when the motion of conditional support came forward, we did talk about that time, certainly, of the need for much more information. And this Pump Storage Advisory Committee is a means to obtain that sort of information and ongoing public engagement with our residents, both those who are in favor of the project, those who are opposed, and those who at this point in time have not determined their own personal opinions. So I'm very much in support of this committee going forward, but it's also important to me that we have fulsome support from this council, from staff, and we do need, in my opinion, to continue to have a collaborative relationship with TC Energy, although there's going to be times when we agree to disagree, or perhaps just completely disagree. But I just want to reiterate that I firmly support this committee going forward, but we do need to get it right. We do have time on our side. And if that is the desire of council to either defer it, I think I heard a whisper of 30 days, or to have discussion in closed session that might bring all members of council on the same page, so to speak, of different things that have been happening with regards to this project. I'm not opposed to doing that and coming back and having another discussion about these terms of reference and moving forward. I did hear Mr. Little talk about membership on the committee, and I think there are different frames of mind related to that, and in terms of whether we want to include those who have created interest groups in the community that are very strongly opposed. And I personally believe it's critically important that we do that we hear from all minds, from all sides, from all opinions, in hopes that eventually, as everyone learns more about this project, that we can collectively work towards achieving the very best community benefit agreement possible for us. And I think that's important, and it's a line I've often used now. I mean, this committee has been divided for the last 4 years. TC Energy has disrupted our community, even though this project is still in the very early stages. And I think the work of this committee will hopefully go a long way towards mending some of those fences, so to speak. So I do want the committee to go forward, and the learning that will happen within it, and bringing forward concerned members of our community to do the work that will be involved, I think will only be of benefit. But if that's going to happen successfully, we have to all be on the same page as we move into this process. So for that reason, I will support Councillor Bell's request to move forward and have discussion during our closed session, and then come back and revisit these terms as appropriate.
Councillor Greenfield?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I'll go along certainly with Councillor Bell's motion to go into closed session. I'm not sure that we're going to find out any new or considerably different information in the closed session discussion. But if indeed there is an opportunity for that or a chance of that, then yeah, we need to know about it as soon as possible. So again, I'm okay with interrupting the current session for a few minutes, and let's get this ironed
Yeah.
out, and then come back and
Part of the
deal with the
problem.
agenda afterwards.
Part of the problem is we have a rather fulsome agenda in the closed meeting. There are a number of closed meeting items that have to be dealt with today. So
My suggestion would be, Mr. Mayor, that we leave the closed session where it is and we move this item to after the closed session, if that's what council wants. Not stop this meeting now when we do have people here for other items and so on.
So the concept is to defer discussion of this report until we have the closed session, and when we come out of that, deal with it.
Mr. Mayor, I was going to ask our clerk if I needed to put a time element on my deferral, or whether by stating that it's inferred that it would come back in 2 weeks' time, or do I need to give you a date?
So what I believe is on the table is a deferral till later on today.
Yeah, and later on today was not my intent, fellow councillors. I think we need some time to digest what we're going to hear. At least I believe I need time to digest what's going to happen. So I am prepared for this at least in 2 weeks' time, or even if I said a month from now.
Oh, so you need to tell us what you'd like the motion to be. It can be whatever. I will just say again that whatever is deferred today just comes back in exactly the same format.
I agree with that. And I also want to confirm with what the deputy mayor has said. Make no mistake, I want this advisory committee. I totally agree that this council has identified pump storage as a key element of this city council. I want this to go forward. And I'm going to just say to my motion to defer the 30 days.
We really can't discuss it until we have a seconder for that motion. Does anyone wish to second that? Okay, Councillor Bartley, Councillor Yurick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Am I speaking now? Are we now discussing his motion, or are we still
Yeah,
talking?
we're discussing his motion.
The deferral.
Okay, well, this is related to because your point being in the closed session, we're not going to be able to discuss the terms of reference because that's not part of that. And the one thing I want to bring forth that I think is part parcel of the concern Mr. Bell has, if I'm thinking. My question to interim CAO. So I took some time and I looked up through Ontario recommendations for setting up some committees. For example, the Accessibility Committee is obviously made up by a majority of disabled individuals because you're dealing with that. Indigenous, you need to have Indigenous people on the committee. If you're talking with ECDEV, you have to have members of the business community involved. My question is, because this is specifically a TCE advisory committee, not that TCE should ever be a voting member of that committee. Should they be an ex officio on there as there is a council member on there? Having been on past advisory committees, one of the biggest time delays always is you have a series of people in the room and you're trying to make a decision. And it's always, well, we'll have to get that opinion, or we'll have to go to the proponent and find that information out. So where's the value of having someone at the table, not again as a voting member, but somebody that you can literally say, okay, we're talking about this topic and where is TCE sitting with that? So to me, there's a value in having that as a at arm's length member, because I do agree with Deputy Mayor that this needs to be a breadth, a wide breadth representation of the community, proponents and maybe anti, but not having the actual namesake in the committee doesn't make sense to me.
So that's a question about the terms of reference, not about the deferral motion, and we have to deal with the deferral motion first.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kettner. And if I step over the line, please stop me, Matt. This is about the deferral. If we defer it, and I want to defer it 30 days because there's a lot of things in it I'm not happy with. When do we talk about it to change these things that I want changed?
The only time that you can do that is sat at this table, making amendments to the proposed terms of reference. So just postponing it 4 weeks, because it would have to be 4 weeks, not 30 days, because otherwise we're waiting 6 weeks because of the council schedule. It just puts you back in exactly these same seats. If you want to make changes to something, I would strongly suggest you give direction to make changes or to approach it differently or to do whatever it is that you want, because otherwise we literally do just wait 4 weeks.
Now is the hour, and we should look at some of these terms that people have issues with and discuss them and see if we could get some motions on the table to amend the report and have something maybe that we could all be in agreement on. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Worship. I'm going to try to propose a bit of a compromise here. 30 days is a stretch of time, and I'm thinking of those residents who perhaps have submitted their applications for this committee. We have a process underway right now, and so that would cause a delay. So I'm going to suggest a deferral for 2 weeks to allow us, as you suggest, Councillor Bell, to absorb the information that will be provided this afternoon in the closed session, and to bring that back so that we can have a fulsome discussion in 2 weeks regarding the terms of reference, make the necessary amendments to those as presented, and also perhaps to have consideration around the council table to have that discussion with TC Energy. As we've heard today, they feel that they have not been involved enough in this process. So if we're going to keep everybody happy, I think a 2 week time frame is appropriate.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, if you defer it, the municipality, as sat round this table, should not have any consultation with anybody, because what is coming back is what's on the table. If you want to give direction to go and have consultation with people, don't defer this, give that direction.
Your worship, then, okay, let's do that. We need to start this committee on solid ground. And if we've got people involved with this who are not happy at the moment, as much as I believe it's quite acceptable as it's written, I understand that this isn't up to me. So we need to give everyone an opportunity here to feel that their voices have been heard, that they participated in this process. So I will give you that direction as you've requested and still bring it back in 2 weeks.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, that's not how this works. You have a deferral on the table. You have to vote for a deferral one way or other. If then the deputy mayor wants to bring forward a different motion, she can do that after that time. Like the deputy mayor can't give direction, council can give direction as a whole. So you need to decide if you're deferring it or not, and then we can talk about the merits of the report, or not talk about it at all. It's one or the other. It's not halfway in between.
You have to have a very special kind of mind to be able to follow this. Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like some clarification on that. So when you say we shouldn't be discussing this at all, I agree that this council cannot discuss this because we have to make this decision in this room here. What you just said was that we can't, so anything on the agenda, we cannot discuss with taxpayers. We cannot discuss with, what I know, but you literally said you do not discuss this outside this room. We do not discuss outside this room as a council.
Okay, interpretation now, I think, Councillor Urick.
Thank you.
When I say the municipality, I mean, as a council or as a staff group. If you defer something, the document that you're considering is already here. So it doesn't get edited, it doesn't get changed. So we don't go and have consultations about something that already exists. If you don't like the document as it stands and you want people to go off and do consultation with others, then that has to be a direction to say amend this motion to replace it with go away and bring back something new.
Where's the room for negotiation in that?
Because that's what this table is here for.
Okay, so you're saying that we have to decide this. We cannot hear from TCE. We cannot talk to other people in the public about their concerns with the terms of reference as
No,
they stand.
that's not what I'm saying,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor. What I'm saying is that if council defers something, nothing changes with that thing. You can go off and have conversations with whoever you want to have a conversation with, but we as a staff team will not go off and have conversations and then bring back an updated proposal, because that's not a deferral, that's a direction to go and do something else.
So maybe we should defeat this and start over. Is that? I don't know. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. Truthfully, I'm going to stick with Councillor Bell on a two week deferral. He said 30, so we'll have to change that maybe. I'm not happy with some of the stuff in here, but I can one-on-one go talk with different people and get my head straight in the next 2 weeks. And that's what I need and want. When I come back and we go into this, I'll know where I want to go with this after I have talked to different individuals, because there's a lot of stuff in there I'm not happy with. So I need 2 weeks.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So hearing what my fellow councillors are saying, and I said 30 days, I will amend it if my seconder will let me 2 weeks.
And
Then
Councillor Greenfield.
then there's one thing on the table to defer for 2 weeks.
Okay, so do you want to vote on that at this point? Let's do that. Sorry, go ahead, Councillor Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I agree with a lot of these points. Now, if we were to make amendments, this report still has to come back to us so we can approve it, right? So if there are things that we don't like in this report, now we can address those, and that report still has to come back to us in 2 weeks. And then at that point, we could amend anything else that we want, and that would come back. So deferring it, we don't get to change anything. We can change things today if we want to pick the low-hanging fruit and change that so we can move the needle on this report or this this agenda item. Then I think we should do that, because the report is still coming back to us. It's not a final vote today if we're making amendments. So to Councillor Bell's motion, we could still make some amendments to the terms of reference today, and still in 2 weeks it comes back. We have the time to digest the things we need to digest. We've already made some amendments to address the things we can address today, and then we can address those future things based on the new information that we may have through whatever consultation we will have in those next 2 weeks, and then we can move forward again. So just some consideration. There are things that we can do today. We can make some amendments for things that we can identify today. The report still does have to come back to us in 2 weeks, whether we defer it. I think we should amend it, amend the things that we can amend, and then see what that looks like in 2 weeks with the new information that we have, because we could still have the same discussion in 2 weeks, but at least we can make some progress today. So that's just something I want to throw out just for consideration. Thank you.
And Matt, I'm going to ask you to respond. Is that?
Councillor Ford is 100% correct. Okay. We're in committee of the whole. Committee of the whole can make amendments. Those amendments come forward to council in 2 weeks when council can continue to make amendments.
Yeah. Perhaps you have an amendment in mind that you'd like to float?
Yes, but I think we're dealing with
yeah, no, so we have to vote on this. So are you ready to vote on the amendment to defer for 2 weeks? All in favor? That is carried unanimously. Sorry. Oh, I have to get used to making sure that. So we'll open it up now for.
No, so we move on to the next agenda item now.
We do. Okay. I'm not sure how that accomplished what you were looking for.
It did.
No, it did not. Exactly. Okay. The next item is a recommendation that Committee of the Whole recommend Council of the Municipality of Meaford enact bylaws to establish the following committees. 1, Accessibility Advisory Committee. 2, Heritage Advisory Committee. 3, Ensuring Sustainability Advisory Committee. 4, Growing our Economy Advisory Committee. And 5, Investing in Infrastructure Advisory Committee. 6, Strengthening our Community Advisory Committee. That is the list. Need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Forder, seconded by Councillor Urick. All in favor? I guess, did we have to have some discussion of this? Sorry. Councillor Forder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's a lot to digest in this. Firstly, I would like to propose that we amend the current motion on the terms of reference for the advisory committees by excluding the Heritage Advisory Committee terms of reference and forming a subcommittee to develop a new terms of reference for the Heritage Advisory Committee, integrating insights from council, municipal staff, and the Heritage Advisory Committee members for subsequent council review and approval, please.
Seconded by Councillor Bell. Any discussion on that? Councillor Greenfield?
The Heritage Advisory Committee, at least one of the members of the committee has in the past put forward some suggestions for terms of reference, and there were a number of those. Subcommittees, being able to create a subcommittee or subcommittees was one. The numbers of members was another one. The frequency of meetings was also suggested there. To be quite honest with you, I think all of the suggestions merit our council taking a look at them. And I'm certainly okay with the one that Councillor Forward put forward, but I'm again, I think there's more that needs to be revised on the list of terms of reference for the Heritage Committee, and I'm not sure if without revisiting the suggestions that came forward, if we can today make a decision on going forward. So I'm just a little bit worried that we're not going to take a look at this committee members' suggestions as a whole.
I'm going to go with the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I understand the concerns of the Heritage Committee, particularly in terms of their request to meet more often, but I am concerned about the impacts of that on other committees, because I know EDAC would like to also meet more often and have some committees. And if we make special concessions for Heritage, how do we then not make those same concessions for EDAC in particular? Just wanted to hear from you, Mr. Smith, on that.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And for you, Mr. Mayor, I'll try and answer both of those things at the same time, and then I'm going to ask Rob to comment as well. Yes, the calendar as is attached to this report is full. There isn't actually a single spare week, and in fact, one of the advisory committees will have to go on the same day as the library board if we're going to maintain the Wednesday afternoon slot that we've traditionally done for committees. My question would, if we were talking about additional meetings, would be why would Heritage have more meetings and not infrastructure or community or so on? In terms of the terms of reference that were proposed by a member of the Heritage Advisory Committee, a significant amount of that document was incorporated into this document, and indeed into all of these documents. The things that were not included were things that in our judgment as staff were not appropriate for a heritage committee, in the sense of there was clauses in there requesting the ability to approve in effect zoning bylaw amendments, which doesn't work with Planning Act timelines or indeed Planning Act rules. And the other thing was that Council received training a number of months ago now with the Heritage Committee from a gentleman called Bert Kloss, who's a long time Ontario Public Service worker in this area, and he's looked at these the terms of reference and has said that where we are right now is much more standard and appropriate for a heritage committee rather than heading off into different areas. Rob can talk about that a little bit more. I think Well, I understand where Councillor Ford is coming from on establishing a subcommittee. That to me just takes more time from both staff, council and the subcommittee and committee members. We have heard from this committee group a number of times on this, and we have incorporated elements of what they have suggested in here while still trying to make it as consistent with our other committees as possible. Because again, same with the dates, I'd ask why this one would be different from a lot of the others. And then I think that, kind of to go back to our last conversation, if there's things council wants to change, let's just tell us what it is you want to change and discuss whether to change them rather than going through a lengthy subcommittee process to get to the same place. Robert, I don't know if you want to talk more about Mr. Duclos's comments.
Thank you, through your worship. Yeah, a couple things. I will go back in terms of the number of meetings. So what our practice has been is that we've been having the bi-monthly meetings, but also the Heritage Committee is asked to convene as needed, when there's applications. So that's always been the practice, especially now that we're paying more attention to the timelines that are under the Heritage Act. And those timelines are based on council making a final decision. So there's, of course, the time between when the Heritage Advisory Committee sees something, the staff report being written, making it into the review process and getting on a council agenda. So that's always been the practice. In terms of what our training expert who used to work at the province and has been doing this for decades now, he noted that the best practice actually would be to have, if we look at some of the scope that is being proposed by one member of the Heritage Committee, is that you would have a Heritage Advisory Committee for the district, which is our downtown district. That's the piece everyone knows, and a separate one then that deals with heritage issues that are more municipally oriented, which in the past and in some other communities would be often the role of like an architectural a conservancy type group, right? They have a broader mandate. So again, that's best practice that you have those two. And then of course, and this makes all the sense in the world because it's what we do with all the other committees and things that we do when we have a defined boundary, is that the committee that is dealing with the Heritage District should of course have people that have a clear stake in that, which means people that own property or live in that district. We would never have the Bogner Community Advisory Committee and not have someone from Bogner on it. And that's the same thing with this. We should be doing everything we can to get persons who either own property or run a business or live in the Heritage District to be on that committee because they have the greatest stake in its success. So that's the advice that we got from our expert. Of course, the direction will come from council and we'll make those amendments as you asked today.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner, and I appreciate what you're saying, Brandon. I feel that they should all have the same terms of reference. It says in there that they could call another meeting at the chair's discretion. So if the Heritage Committee needed another meeting because something happened, the chair can call that an extra meeting. I don't see why we should have different terms of reference for different committees. I think they all should be the same.
For what it's worth, the staff has incorporated a little bit of an overarching statement at the beginning of the Heritage Committee's terms of reference. I don't think the majority of ratepayers really know what the Heritage Act says about what a Heritage Committee does. And I think many people would first of all disqualify themselves quite willingly if they read a fulsome terms of reference and realize that, they really probably aren't qualified, to contribute. But there are many people out there who could contribute and are coming forward. And I certainly am all in favor of beating the bushes and making sure that we get people living in the downtown core within the conservation district to get involved. But I feel it's important that it's instructive for the whole community to know more about the process. And what I find is, in reading what the Heritage Committee submitted, there are a lot of functions that the committee has that we don't seem to have in Meaford. And I think that that's a concern to me that we should, so I would like to see, and I think honestly that the Economic Development Committee, if it's not satisfied with the terms of reference, should push back as well and say this is what we need as an Economic Development Committee. And, you know, can we come up with something that works for staff and also works for us?
Your worship, if I may speak on behalf of the committee, as I have been chair, even though we've only had one meeting, and I believe Heritage has had either 4 or 5 to date. The truth is that I've heard from members of the existing Growing Our Economy Committee who wish to reapply and are very happy with the terms as presented for them. I think a big win is the fact that under F meetings number 3, that the agenda clause, which as we know states that a committee chair, a rotating member of the committee, will be present at agenda setting. And I think that's a big move in the right direction. If I understand the Heritage Committee members correctly, I think they would like to have sub-working groups, which I've always understood they can have, and they can go on their own, 2 or 3 of them, and do some research and bring that learning
Well,
back
that's
to the committee.
specifically precluded in the terms of reference that are presented now.
What's precluded in the terms of reference is establishing subcommittees that last for a period of time without council approval, because these bodies shouldn't have the ability, in our eyes, to set their own agenda. It is council's agenda in the macro scale, not an agenda for a meeting. It's council's agenda to set and to ask these groups to provide some advice on. I've said on many occasions in the past, committee members can at any time, and should be at any time, being asked to go away and do some research and come back and report back to the committee. But that doesn't need to have a name. It doesn't need to be a subcommittee that has to be appointed. It's just okay, we're talking about community improvement plans today, and we'd like to have a bit more information before we make a decision. Rob, can you go off and get some more information and come back and tell us more about it next time? Or it could be Rob and Harley, can you do that? And can you talk to each other and then come back next time? When we talk about subcommittees are things that last for months or years on end, and that's the stuff that then becomes a problem. Research trips and research work to report back to committees is what committee members are meant to do.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Are you ready to vote on this? So, sorry. Yes. Okay, all in favor?
So can we just, because I want to try something out, I'm going to ask if Derek can pull across the Word document that we've established onto the screens to see if we can make sure that this is working and that council, that I've got it right and that council knows exactly what we're voting on. Councillor Ford, I don't know if you can have a quick read of that and tell me if that captures what you said, because I was trying to do it from memory.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so that is the motion that's on the floor right now.
I think that would work for the people on the committee. That would satisfy me personally. And I would hope we could do that as quickly as possible, because I don't think there's huge areas of disagreement, but Mr. Boyd?
Thank you. It just dawned on me, again, just to be explicitly clear. If I'm not mistaken, the Heritage Advisory Committee is the only one that has specific legislation they're dealing with. So just note that. So it is a different animal in that sense.
Yep. Councilor Greenfield?
Just the number one responsibility on page 87. The Heritage Advisory Committee will perform the statutory duties of a municipal heritage committee. And so it is a little different from some of the other committees that there are more.
I think to that point, it would be helpful for staff if council could give clearer direction on what the outcome they want from this to be, because if we want it to be a committee that performs the statutory duties of a municipal heritage committee, that's one thing. But if council expects that the heritage committee will have a much broader remit, then I think staff needs to know that, because otherwise, if we're going to have these conversations, we'll continue to stay, but the heritage committee is meant to do this. Whereas if council wants it to be this, then I think you should give that direction so that we can look at it on a wider scale. Because what I don't want this to do is to have 5 meetings that are acrimonious and difficult and then come back to council and it still not be the right thing, and so on. I will say, I don't think that this is going to get us to a better place. I think that if the heritage committee members have asked for certain things, that it would be better that council just puts those on the table and amends the terms of reference, or does, as we've just done, defer something until you are ready to make those amendments, because I don't know if this is going to get us where everybody wants to go.
Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I just make comment on that, I haven't been in this chair for very long, but it's no secret to anybody that there's been friction between Heritage Matters and the municipality. This, even symbolically, is a gesture that we are making an effort to appreciate the Heritage Advisory Committee members and the work that they put in. And again, as Mr. Voigt had mentioned, that this is the only committee that is actually mandated through legislation through the Heritage Act. We want to get this right. Nobody knows more about Heritage Matters than the experts in the Heritage Advisory Committee. If we're doing the terms of reference, the importance of the process to establish terms of reference is equally as important as those terms themselves. So I think this is a good opportunity to involve the Heritage Advisory Committee, develop the terms of reference that everybody can agree upon, and then we have a collaborative effort going forward. And I think this is a really great olive branch. And if these are brand new committees that we're starting, let's start it off on the right foot. Let's get them involved. Let's tap into that knowledge base, and let's move forward. I don't see this as a big barrier.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. Deputy Mayor.
If I may, and I very much appreciate your comments, Councillor Porter, we have a terms of reference that has been submitted by the committee. So do we anticipate that there will be changes to that through the process of creating this subcommittee to analyze that? Or is it a situation where, and Mayor Kentner, you'll be able to help with this, I think, as chair of the committee really wants to see council adopt the terms of reference as they presented them to us. Is that where we're headed?
I think that they just, from what I can see, it went back and we took one paragraph and put it at the head of the thing, and that was the only change really that I saw. And I also thought I saw references to being subject to the integrity commissioner that I'm not sure appear in any other committee terms of reference.
They do. That clause appears in every committee terms of reference, because all of our committees have to abide by the advisory committee and volunteer code of conduct, and all of our committees have traditionally been in the remit of the integrity commissioner. That is in all of them. Scroll down and
I just
so
thought
if it's not, it absolutely should be.
Yeah.
No, it is. It's in the administration section of the Insurance Sustainability Advisory Committee and all of the others as well. There were additional things added based from what has been proposed by the Heritage Committee, including some additional detail on what Part 4 and Part 5 responsibilities from the Heritage Committee are. But as I say, the vast majority of this was designed to try and keep it as similar as others. Because I have to, I will just caution council and say, if you basically take what a group of citizens has said you should do, then if I'm a different group of citizens, then I'm going to come and say the same, and then they're setting the agenda, not you.
I think there's a couple of points that they're very interested in seeing some action on, and I would like to make sure that those come forward to this proposed committee so that council can actually decide whether whether the scope of the committee involves some of the things they're interested in doing.
Through you to you, do you know what those are? Because we can have that conversation today.
I could dig them out. Like if we have a recess, I could probably get them, but they're not esoteric. They're not, weird. They're just simply things. And I think one of them, if I'm not, when you're put on the spot to come up with it, but it's about a repository, for example, for information that the next Heritage Committee is going to need, and that actually, like something that might reside, say, in the library or the museum. I've heard that suggestion, so that nothing is lost over time in terms of knowledge about some of these issues. And that was just one small example.
There's nothing to prevent that now. There is a clause in the draft terms of reference that says the Heritage Advisory Committee shall promote public awareness of the municipality of Meaford's cultural heritage and promote heritage conservation within the municipality. I would say that fits squarely within that clause.
I would hope so. So I think that, as I say, I just think that a one meeting where everybody got together and compared those phrases would go a long way in satisfying them that yes, we're not being ignored, or we see a way to make a contribution. Because more than anything, I think they feel sometimes that they are not able to perform what they think they signed up for. I'd like to vote on this motion if we're ready to. And if you wish to speak against the motion, please do then.
On this motion, can we put a time frame on it? Can we say 2 weeks?
You can't, because some of them are away for a month. So you could put a little longer time frame on it, and it could be done.
It's unfortunate that it hit the agenda today.
Yeah.
And if there's changes you want made, somebody should have the changes with them, and we can make them changes. So can we pass well, we have to deal with this one first, but could we pass the rest of the committees and delay this one?
Yes, you could take this in parts and isolate the Heritage Advisory Committee clause out of it, and then defer that one if you wish to, or give some separate direction. Anything's procedurally possible.
I think that I'd like to see it pulled for another short extension, and as long as there is a mechanism like this motion is providing, so that we can get a meeting of minds. On this motion, all in favor? I think it's carried, and I think can I perhaps arrange with you as CAO, acting CAO, to develop a date a little down the road to have such a meeting?
My team certainly will, yes.
That would be great. Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question for amendment on all of the advisory committees. And I'm just going to ask you, if you desire, to turn to page 76. Page 76, item number 4 is woven into each and every advisory committee. And Mr. Mayor, I understand you got a background in the English language, and so I have read this, and I'll read it. It says, where possible, comma, a youth, in brackets under 25, representative shall be appointed. Now, I don't think I can maybe push the ageism button, because that would exclude a 26-year-old. But the only way we're going to know is when they fill out a form like this. And on the back, at the end, it says you can attach a resume. You may also attach any additional information that you deem relevant. So looking at this, an individual who says they're looking for someone under 25 would need to tell the selection committee, I am under 25. And I think that this should be reworded differently because I understand the desire to have a more youthful voice. And when this council had a council member who was younger and was successful when he got elected, he did bring a different point of view most often, nearly every single council meeting. And we were better for that younger voice. But when we have it here specifically under 25 and the word shall be appointed, that means we're not going to be able to check off the box if it doesn't qualify and if they don't self-identify how old they are. So I've expressed a couple of points of view on it. I like the idea of opening it up and hoping that there's some people, but remembering that a lot of these committees are at 2:00. And I know that my grandchildren of this age, they're real happy to have a job and they just won't be around at that time. So I would like to have it put forward to attract younger persons. I do have a problem with stating under 25 and shall be appointed. So I need to have this discussion and to see, because it's woven through them all. And there's been some very intelligent people look at these things. And this is one that I want to talk about.
Just giving you a chance to catch up here, Matt.
Absolutely. I think that's a perfectly reasonable thing to propose as an amendment. I think we just need to have some idea on what you want to change it to, or just remove it altogether. And then it's up to council through your appointments process to pick people if you want to. So I think either way is fine. We can either just remove that clause from each of them, or we can replace it with some different words.
Well, thank you, Mr. Clerk and Mr. Mayor. I wanted advertised that we're after some younger voice. And I would just like to say, where possible, we are trying to attract youth on these committees and leave it at that. People know if they're youthful or not. I still ride a snowmobile and they say that's a young man's sport.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kettner. I appreciate what you're saying, Tony. But I think the first two words of that phrase cover it. Where possible. Where possible a youth, you know. I think not having that in here, having it in here makes the youth look at, wow, I want to be on that. Yeah. So I think it should be there.
Would you need a seconder for Councillor Bell's motion?
Seconder for Councillor Bell's motion. I'll second it. Can I?
Not from the chair, no.
No, okay, then is there that? Thank you. Yes, I know you're working on it. Can we see that motion again?
We can.
Very helpful to have it up on the TV.
Yes, so this is very important so that we don't vote for things we're not sure what we're voting for.
The second one on the first page, Derek. Thank you. That starts that each term of reference.
I don't have any problems with the wording. I just want to know, what is that effort? What are we going to do to recruit youth? How will that differ from how we recruit anybody else? What are the efforts?
I don't know. What I will say, and I think I mentioned this last time, is that any day now, I think in front of you, actually, you have some cards that are advertising the Community Builder of the Year award and committee recruitment. Those are being sent over addressing the municipality. So, we were doing considerably more than we ever have done in the past. They don't include a big speech bubble saying, including youth people, and we wouldn't be able to now because they're already printed. But I don't know what else we would do unless we got some pretty clear suggestion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So making an amendment to my amendment. Where possible, a youth. Now we need to ask them, would be really nice for you to apply. Just because I like the idea and I want youth and yet I don't like the criteria of being definitive under 25.
I'm sorry, go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I guess my question is, the application kind of dictates that because the Ontario Human Rights Commission, now, of course, this is towards employment first, but it says in most applications, it says, are you 18 years old or older and less than 65 years of age? It should not ask any other questions about or relating to age or the date of birth. So how are you disclosing a legal application and asking age without saying, to your point, I think you're right. I think it behooves us as we're trying to farm people to get on committees. So not just this, whether it's Main Streets, whether it's our own committees, it's a network. We all should be out there trying to encourage people to get on these committees so that they can be involved in the community. And if that means that, yes, we know people that fit that criteria, that we're approaching them and saying, would you consider being on that committee because we think it'd be valuable? To me, that would be more the approach that it seems it's going to have to take.
So I think to answer your question, this would have to be some sort of voluntary disclosure, or, council knowledge, very much in the same way that for the Accessibility Committee. And of course, I did want to point out that is also a mandated committee as well as the Heritage Committee. In fact, more mandated. We must have one of those. We can choose to have a Heritage Committee. With the Accessibility Committee, at least 50% of the members have to have a self-identified disability. We're not allowed to ask in an application form, do you have a disability? Tick. But if you self-identify in the way that I would self-identify that I'm partially deaf, then that's fine. But no, we can't ask, and youth will be the same. It would be based on people telling us or us just knowing.
Councillor Forder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to add, if we are truly looking to attract youth, we really need to consider things like targeted ads on social media. You can target for specific age groups. And if we're going to reach people of that particular age, that's where we need to focus. So I don't know if there's any kind of inclusion of specific targeted ads for youth under or around 25. We need to be able to reach these people specifically. So that's just something I want to throw out there, that we can do that through social media, which is our best leveraging tool for people of that age.
Great. I believe you had a point, Mr. Voigt.
Thank you, Worship. I'll add to what the councillor just said. This is one of those things where I think councillors need to, again, just a suggestion, not wait for people to come to you. You're out in the community. So when that mechanic is fixing your truck and they look like they might be under 30 and they do a great job, tell them, you know what? We might have a place for you. There's these committees that we want to hear from. You're a young person, you're working here. If it's the cashier that's helping you out, talk to coaches that work with youth. Don't wait for the people to come to you. Change that script, reach out, be kind, be curious, and be welcoming. Ask those folks, hey, you did a great job. You seemed, is this the only thing you do? Do you get involved? Do you volunteer with anything? And make that request. That will go, just that alone will change that relationship that the youth have with counselors. Because think about the last time, if ever, that happened in your life, when someone in a position of authority took the time to look someone in the eye and speak to them directly and not over their head and not condescendingly. Not that you do that, but that's what they expect because that's what they're used to.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. And just, Mr. Mayor, thank you through you. My last comment on that. totally great point you bring up. Then you say meeting times are Wednesdays at 2 p.m. You lose everybody. Nobody is going to be able to make those times. We're shrinking our potential candidates down to this tiny little thing. So I know this is not what we're talking about right now, but we really need to revisit the meeting
So-
times because we're excluding almost everybody.
And do we want a motion to that effect? That might be one of the things we could do here and.
So we need to deal with this one first, but then we
Okay.
can absolutely come back to that.
Did we deal with the first draft amendment there? Did we vote?
So
on
yes,
that?
the top one you've already passed.
Okay, fine, okay.
The
Well,
next one you.
pass this one then. You ready to vote on this? All in favor? There. Sorry.
On the second, the yellow, motion. In the original bullet, I found the magic word to be shall, and, so that effort shall be made to recruit youth representation, but I'm really wondering, shouldn't we be making an effort to recruit members from all segments of our society? Youth, we're kind of putting restriction there in today's world. I don't think that's going too far in today's world.
I've thrown, if you look at our demographics, we'll have no trouble getting people over 80 or over 50.
So all of the terms of reference have a clause that says something very similar to members will be selected based on demonstrated interest in the subject, local knowledge and or relevant experience. The selection process will be open and merit-based with consideration given to ensuring diversity and inclusion. So, most of them have that to try and broaden this out. As I say, we could remove everything here. I think it was just, as the mayor says, trying to get to a group that we don't often get to, but we certainly are not required to do that. My other perhaps suggestion, instead of the motions on the table, if the word shall is what's causing an issue, is we could just say, where possible, a youth under 25 representative should or may be appointed instead of shall. I mean, in some respects, if it just says may, that's very redundant because anybody could be appointed. But
Mr. Mayor, I would like to withdraw what's up on the board. And I would like for our clerk to put that up on the board, and I will take ownership of that comment. Thank you.
we are doing that. Perhaps what I might suggest is that we also remove that bracketed under 25 and just refer to a youth representative, because I think the provincial definition of youth is actually under 30. And again, it then gives some flexibility if needs be.
Amending it.
So right now it says to replace where possible a youth under 25 representative shall be appointed with where possible a youth representative may be appointed.
Okay. So take out the rest of it then, so that it's yep, okay. Are you ready to vote on that? All in favor? Did you want to consider a clause about time for committee meetings? Like 2 o'clock is what works really well for staff, and I understand that. But is there a time that might, like, is it possible that 5:30 might work for people, for example, instead of 7 o'clock? I don't know.
So through you, we can absolutely do it. Obviously, outside of working hours, we do incur some costs for staff to be present. We did in the past have certain committee meetings and indeed council meetings at 6:30 at night. I can tell you that we saw absolutely no change in the demographics who were there. And in fact, I think probably, and Deputy Mayor and Councillors Bell and Bartley will remember this, I think we actually have more people of more ages attending council and committee meetings now than we did when we did things at 6:30 at night. I'm not certain that, you know, and again, I'm talking very anecdotally as somebody who doesn't have a family, but knowing lots of people who have young families, 6:30 on a Wednesday night is possibly worse than 2 o'clock on a Wednesday afternoon, because you've got kids at activities and dinner and for people and so on. But that's just our experience, was that it didn't make a whole lot of difference, but we can certainly try it if council wants to.
Councillor Porter. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Good points, Matt. But of course, pump storage project monthly meetings Thursdays at 5 p.m. And it says right in there that it's 5 p.m. is because of the magnitude of the importance of that committee, that's the time and date. So by reading that makes me get the impression that the other committees are less valuable because they don't get the time priority of the pump storage committee. So what's the justification for a 5 p.m. meeting for the pump storage committee and a 2 p.m. for all the other committees? I would just like to get a little clarification on that.
I don't have a good one beyond the fact that we have run out of Wednesday afternoons, and so we were looking for another time. And I think, yes, we were trying to find a way of giving a range of people an option. But yes, we maybe should be doing all of them at 5.
There is a cost involved with that.
The one thing I'm being reminded of is that one of the reasons for the fact that we've planned all the meetings here is to do live streaming and so on. And one of the reasons we've suggested 2 o'clock instead of 3 o'clock is that then people participating in the meetings and people who want to come here to see the meetings can use the Meaford Moves Plus service, whereas that doesn't run in the evenings. So there is no way to get to this building other than driving your own vehicle.
Councillor Urick, and then I'll come.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All valid points. To your point, Brandon, I do agree that by making it 2 o'clock, we are realistically eliminating a lot of working people. Not only is 2 o'clock specifically probably a worse time, because if you had a meeting at 9 o'clock in the morning, because we do this now with some of our committees, people will, I'll go to work a little late, or if you have it at 4 o'clock, I'll get out work a little early. 2 o'clock, you're right in the middle of the workday. So you're making it that much more difficult for people to do that, because now they are, making impinging on their work schedule much more. So bookending that one way or the other, I totally understand the cost element. It would be interesting to know what that cost element is going to be as well. We haven't talked about literally what are those costs and how much is that going to end up costing in the long run. But I do think it's more onerous being right in the middle of the day.
So, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I would just add again that we've already gone out to the public for applications for these committees, and they are seeing the times as they are listed. So I'm just concerned about any confusion that may result. I'm wondering, because there's going to be that discussion with the Heritage Committee, perhaps put it to them. Are they comfortable continuing at that hour, or do they want to meet later? I've not heard any complaints about the time from the EDAC committee that I've chaired the last couple of terms. They seem to be comfortable with that hour. I think we're never going to choose a time that's going to work for everybody. So the consistency that is offered and the awareness of the 2 o'clock time frame is kind of consistently out there. So I think my only suggestion is, when these committees are established and the new membership is present, to have a discussion amongst that membership and determine then for that committee if they're comfortable with the 2 o'clock, and if they're not, what works for them. And then it would have to be a matter of, can that work for staff, and try and work with the members of those particular committees. And if a change needs to be made, then if it's possible through staff, have that discussion.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would suggest that we don't ask existing committee members what their preference is, because that's a very self-selecting group of people who currently were able to do what we were doing. I would strongly prefer that we not give every committee the option to choose their own time from both a staff point of view, but also from a public awareness point of view. Having a consistent time and day of the week is really important, because if you know that 9 a.m. on a Monday is when a municipal committee meeting will be happening, and that's when I want to tune into YouTube to watch it, that's far better than, oh, this week in this month, is it Tuesday at 4 or Monday at 9 or Friday at 6 kind of thing. So I think it's really important that we have the same. And if we ask each individual committee after they've been appointed, then we're going to get lots of different answers and won't make anybody happy.
Councillor Greenfield.
Sure. I think we have to try to keep as much consistency with times as possible. Yes, 2 p.m. doesn't work for some people. 5 p.m. doesn't work for some people. I can remember when 7 o'clock meetings didn't work for many people. Looking out today, it's hard to believe mid-February, a 7 o'clock meeting, you'd get caught in a snowstorm for sure. By the time it wrapped up, which was sometimes 11 p.m. So I hear the arguments, and I have heard them for many years, but I think we've got to try to establish as much of a consistent pattern for timing as possible.
Councillor Yorick, and then we're going to vote.
Thank you. And I agree with the deputy mayor as well. I guess my comment still comes back to that the timing of this. It needs, I agree, it needs to be consistent across the board. It'd be interesting to know how many people how many people have actually applied for these committees now. Because the one thing we do not know, according to that deputy mayor, is how many people did not apply because of the time frame. We only are looking at the people that have applied, and that's great, and we really are glad they did. And without going back and asking them whether moving that would be more convenient or not, I'm just concerned with what we've lost as accordingly to Brandon's point. How many people said, well, I can't do that, I'm working.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, for the 6 committees that are on this particular resolution, so far we've had 5 applications from people who aren't currently on them. I'm not that surprised that it's low, because as they were still about to send out the mail cards, I know certain people wanted to wait till they saw the terms of reference on this agenda and so on, and it does tend to happen at the end. But yes, I mean, there will be people always who go, no, I can't do that, so I don't even apply.
Okay, we ready for the vote?
Before we do, we need a time to be changing
okay.
this to.
So I think we're still at 2 o'clock, I think, unless I'm told otherwise. I think you'll have to plug in 2 for the simple reason.
Well, so if it's 2 o'clock, we don't need a motion. The motion is Councillor Forders to change it.
Okay.
Like 2 o'clock is what the schedule already says.
Well,
so if we want something different, we need direction, but otherwise it just carries on as planned.
what about present committee chairs? Like, you're happy with 2 o'clock? You're happy with 2 o'clock, and you're on 2 committees. Anybody else on committees that meet at 2 o'clock? My committees will be meeting at 2 o'clock too. I just the Heritage Committee, I guess, but that will work for them. Of time and also convenience, sorry.
Anecdotal, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Anecdotally again, so to your point, but I know I'm on a couple of volunteer boards. We've literally now moved our committees from midday specifically because people couldn't do it. So if I was to offer an alternative to the interim CAO's point, I wouldn't say 9 o'clock in the morning, because children are already kind of off to school. Your point about it being later in the day, I think, is more problematic, because kids are home from school, people are picking up from dinner, or they're preparing dinner, et cetera, et cetera. If you're going to rearrange your schedule, most people we've spoken with, that early morning meeting seem to be the most popular time, because you can schedule that, still go to work after, et cetera, et cetera.
Is it possible to give the committees the option at their first meeting of choosing between 9 and 2?
anything's possible, I'd really advise against it from the non-committee member public point of view. We want people to know when our committees are without having to look at the schedule every week.
From a staff consideration, is there anything wrong with 9 o'clock versus 2 o'clock?
Looking at the table, I don't think so. I think in some ways it is easier. The one thing that we probably have to be aware of is making sure the committees didn't run till 1 o'clock in the afternoon because people enjoyed sitting talking. I think we'd want to put a fairly firm timeline of 9 till 11 or 9 till 10:30 or something like that, again, to let the people go to work if that's what they're doing. But no, I don't think 9 o'clock makes a huge amount of difference to us.
So let's leave it in here at 9 and vote on that and see where that goes, because it's a council decision and the other option is 2 o'clock. That's where it is now. Are we going to change it till 9 is the question. So I'm going to call do you want to comment before I
Quickly, Your Worship, I'm just wondering if 9 AM, and I'm thinking about the accessibility committee, where some of our members do have mobility restraints. I don't know if 9 AM might be a little more of a problem for them than a later time.
let's vote on. Be amended to add additional clause that says the staff to schedule committee meetings at 9 AM. All in favor?
Could we, in that case, could we have a voter opposed as well, please?
Pardon?
When it's
Okay,
a situation like this, I'd like to
okay.
see the raise of hands
Okay.
for opposed as well. Thank you.
Okay, those who are opposed, I guess so. Okay. Thank you. So are we ready now to vote on all but the Heritage Advisory Committee, which will be dealt with somewhat differently? That's where I think I'm at. That is, I think the motion, we have taken Heritage Advisory Committee out of the equation temporarily.
So if Derek scrolls down to the next page, that is what is currently on the table following your amendments. In addition to this is the change to the specific wording of the youth representative clause.
Okay, I just say that really works for me, and I'm gonna call the vote. All in favor? Thank you. That's great. And thank you, staff, for bearing with us. And I hope that we can soon have the Heritage Committee happily joining this group. So I'm moving on now to item C, recommendation that Committee of the Whole direct staff to include a transfer to reserves of $76,860 for future infrastructure needs in the 2024 budget. I need a mover and seconder. Moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Forder. Discussion?
Thanks, Your Worship. I see that should we agree to not invest the 76,860 in reserves, we're sitting at 2.37. But I wonder, Val, could you tell us at this point what's the blended rate?
With the 2.37, ours and counties, and they haven't passed theirs yet. 6.32. It's at 3.16 approximately.
Val?
3.16 approximately blended.
Okay. And our own was that?
2.8 or 2.37, whichever way we go.
Thank you, Mayor Kettner. Maybe Val, you could explain the difference between what we settled on and the 2.37 is a whole pile of things. And having said that, at the time we did the budget deliberations, I could have taken the rate down to 0, which is the wrong thing to do. I was extremely happy at 2.8. I think that's a very good spot to be in. And there was more money found. And I think it should go right back into reserves. So basically, we haven't touched reserves to have a budget of 2.8. I agree with what staff wants to do.
So how we came to that number, when we redid our staffing, we also do the chargebacks back throughout. And some of the chargebacks then put it back towards those user pay budgets. So the user pay budgets have changed. So that means that our tax levy gets reduced by those amounts.
I don't see any other questions. I had one, and that is, I wondered if we could be a little more specific. We're saying we're gonna put it to future infrastructure, but I wondered if we could be a little more specific and say, because we're putting money into roads, bridges, and facilities, could we say, and I really dislike the word amenities, but I'm thinking more in terms of amenities, and just suppose for a moment that you'd never heard of pump storage, and it never happened. We would be, in my mind, thinking in terms of putting money away for the arena, for the Blue Dolphin pool. We need new facilities in both cases. Could we define this as more like an amenities kitty, that we're starting to, build up a fund for replacing some of the amenities that we enjoy now?
Absolutely. I think we left it broad because we didn't want to presume what council would prefer. We could be much more specific, or we could put it into the general infrastructure and then deal with it later. I think if you're talking about things like the pool and the arena, we class that internally as part of the facilities capital budget in general. So, I would probably put it into facilities rather than create an additional term. And then we sort of track all of these allocations that if we wanted it to be more specific to the pool, for instance, we could put it to that, but just it would be in the facilities reserve.
Yeah, I just know that the day will come when we want money there, but if it isn't specified that it is for exactly this purpose, the roads and bridges and, sewers and water mains will always take precedence. So I just really like to see us indicate to the public that we're starting on a very small basis to build up a war chest for the youth of Meaford in the future. And maybe we might work the word youth into the youth facilities or something like that.
So to do that, we need an amendment from somebody, and in the chair, you can't do that. But I would, but if somebody wants to move that,
Anybody inspired to Councillor Yurick?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is there to that point, and I agree, is there a particular budget where the reserves we might want to embellish a little bit, such as the pool or the arena or whatever?
All of them.
I was trying to be less vague here, but
Tori, I'm sure you have a contribution to this.
Through your worship. I think if the desire of council is to go towards long-term facilities, it would just be earmarked in the facility reserve as for long-term facility replacement needs.
Yeah.
Some of the money just goes back generally into reserves and it just sits in the reserve bucket, but there is some money allocated towards specific projects. And so that's what this could be, but it would just exist in that facility budget. But again, as staff, and especially in the departments that I deal with for capital projects, all of them need more money, but that could be a good place for it to go if that's the desire of council.
I find like that we would put something in every year and eventually get to a place where we have a starter fund for something anyway. Councillor Yurick?
thank you, Mr. Mayor. So accordingly, then I would make that amendment that would actually be designated to the long-term facility replacement reserve.
And were you seconding that? Or you, if, let me get a seconder then if you're gonna argue.
Yeah, I will second, Councillor Ewing's, certainly facilities, yeah, we know there's gonna be expenses, I guess, we can, have more discussion and a vote on that. I did have another, idea of, for, a transfer to reserves. And, I won't mention it right now because, the facilities is certainly important, but I'd love to see this blended rate come in under 3. Even 2.99, 2.98. But staff and council to a degree, certainly thanks to Councillor Bartley's, have done a great job, coming in with the budget that we have been witnessing, but, I don't know, I mean, we can blame the county for, the increase in it, but, here again, we do have a responsibility, so, but, anyway, we'll leave that if
Well-
we vote to put this money into facilities, then so be it.
You've struck a chord. So how can we deal with that?
We need
should-
to deal with the motion that's on the
Okay.
screen first, and then if Councillor Greenfield wants to make another motion to reduce the amount of money being transferred to reserves, then we will come up with how much that would have to be to get it under 3.
Okay, Councillor Ewing?
To make it easy, because I think
Yes.
horse and cart need to be established here first. I can withdraw that amendment for now, because if we're gonna actually get to the figure that we are gonna put somewhere, let's talk about that first.
And Deputy Mayor?
And to that end, then, your worship, may I ask Val again? I believe county is sitting at 6.14, so if we take that number with the 2.8, where does that put us in a blended? Exactly.
That would mean that our blended rate is around approximately 3.43. Sorry, when I said the 2.37, it was a 3.14 increase. That was blended. So you would have to reduce, or you would have to reduce our levy somewhat to get below a blended 3% rate.
And through you, had a resident ask me this, so I said I would ask on their behalf. Just would like to know how 2.37% versus 2.8 tax levy increase would financially impact the average Meaford resident. What's the hit on their wallets? Because that's what they're concerned about. In terms of dollars, yeah.
So are they asking for blended? Because I have like per municipality, I could, give me a few minutes and I could figure that out, but based on hours, the increase would be $59 a year on our 2.37. So it would be a little higher than that for 2.8.
Probably not the place to do that. But I just thought I'm gonna jump in here again, just to fill you in. Gray Highlands, as it stands, is sitting at 8.85. they're going to take that to their public at 8.85. Georgian Bluffs is at 9.19. They've had their public meeting and they're going to pass the budget in 2 days. Southgate, they've just started and they're depending on land sales that they haven't sold yet, but they're going to sell some land to reduce their budget down to 6.5. Old Sound is at 3.2. Chatsworth has ended up at 7.52. The town of Blue Mountains using 1.5 of surplus come down to 2.5s. So they're all over the map, but most of them are double or triple what we're going for right now. And we're arguing over $76,000 what to do with it, but nobody's brought up the $300,000 in investment growth or the $600,000 in surplus that we haven't touched yet. So we're worried about $76,000 going into a few places. There's $900,000 of extra money that you can play with, but it's going to go into reserves. So just let you know. Thank you.
Well, nobody else has anything to say. I would say, what if they're just going in, like, how are we determining which reserves they're going into? Is that a staff decision? It hasn't been a council move.
So any money that Councillor Bartley is talking about there is stuff that we don't have yet, because the things like the year-end surplus report haven't come to council. So you will, of course, have the decision on where to place those, as you always do. If you want to be more specific than just the general infrastructure reserve for the motions currently on the table, we would need to go back to the motion that Councillor Uri proposed and then withdrew.
All I'm thinking is it would be nice if you've got, that much money going to reserves. We could start maybe with $100,000 in a facilities replacement, slush fund, but.
Through your worship, like has been mentioned, money in any of our reserves is beneficial. I just want to remind council as we talk about this money and reserves is that, as you've seen in different reports, including our asset management plan that's come forward to date, we are very behind on all of our asset replacement and will be going forward. And so I just want to keep that in mind as you have this discussion, that this money is very beneficial as we continue moving forward. And if we lose it now, we've lost it forever. So it, while has an impact this year, could have, or maybe a small impact, it could have a significant impact as we continue going forward, because each year we'd be losing this money because it wouldn't be included in those future budgets. We'd be starting essentially minus $76,000.
I think that I would encourage council to keep this very separate from any future conversation about surplus or investment revenue or anything like that, because as Tori says, we need all the money that we can. The reason why this report even comes forward is because council had a conversation towards the end of the budget day about whether to add money to the budget for some future infrastructure needs. And so, when we'd finished our calculations and the rate came in considerably lower than our estimate had been during those budget days, we thought it would be reasonable to sort of suggest that. But this is very much a decision for you as council as to whether, do you want a municipal tax increase of 2.37% or do you want a municipal tax increase of 2.8%? If it's 2.37, please vote no on this. If it's 2.8, please vote yes on this. I don't think we need to make this one overly complicated.
So can you explain those options again?
So the budget, as council has given direction so far, when we ended our second budget day, our estimate, and this is why we always talk about estimates, was 2.8% tax increase. When we went back and actually put that into practice and did all of the proper chargebacks to the building department and the water department and the wastewater and so on, that reduced the tax increase to 2.37%. That is what is in the presentation for the statutory public meeting this evening, and that is what would come to council in 2 weeks' time if no other changes are made. Because council at the time talked about future infrastructure needs and was happy with a 2.8% increase, this $76,860 would bring that tax rate back from 2.37 to 2.8. There is no obligation to do this. There's no requirement to do this, but it's just an option that's being presented to you.
So but what I'm hearing is that, yes, our levy would be a 2.8% increase, but the blended rate would be over 3.
3.4 was the estimate.
And I hear Councillor Greenfield saying, we'd want to come in under 3.
So to come in under 3 on the blended rate, you will have to cut more things from the budget. That's it completely,
In other words,
without this 76,000, or you're already over 3%.
Councillor Yuri.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll muddy the waters and I'm going to throw my regular resolution because I agree. I think we have done what we wanted to achieve with getting that below 3 where we wanted to be. County has taken it slightly over, but I think we've done what we wanted to do. I'm going to go back to saying I want to see the 76,860 go through to future long-term recreation facilities as read. And then we can either agree or then start whittling down, but we got to have a starting point somewhere. I'm happy with this.
So do you want to vote on that? We're ready. So all in favor of Councillor Yurig's motion? On the table, the 76,680. Great. Great.
Now this in front of you. Now the motion that's on the table, having been amended, is that committee of the whole directs staff to include a transfer to reserves of $76,860 for future long-term recreation facilities needs in the 2024 budget.
You ready to vote on that? All in favor? That is passed. You're getting left out. And I think we're ready to move on then to the community services.
Could I request a 5-minute recess?
You could. Just take a short break here. We're going to reconvene. We're, I think, all present and accounted for except for one or two, and they're rushing back to their seats. So next on the agenda, item D on community services, the recommendation that Committee of the Whole recommend Council of the Municipality of Meaford, one, appoint one member of council to represent the municipality on the Grey Bruce OPP Detachment Police Services Board. Two, direct staff to jointly advertise for 4 community appointees to the board to be appointed at large throughout the detachment area. 3, appoint the same member of council appointed to the Grey Bruce OPP Detachment Police Services Board to the Grey Bruce OPP Detachment Police Services Board Community Appointee Selection Committee. And 4, that the committee appointee selection committee be authorized to select the 4 community appointees to the board. I need a mover and seconder for that. Moved by Councillor Bell, seconded by Councillor Greenfield. Discussion. Do you want to present on that, Matt?
I will just summarize by saying this is one of those reports that we kind of have to do. The province has now said that this is the structure of the board. All of the councils within the board area have now received a very, very similar report and just moving forward. The first clause that says appoint one member of council to represent the municipality, that will be part of a bylaw that comes forward at the next meeting to appoint councillors to all of the committees. So this really just gives us direction to move that forward. And who that appointee is part of the process that you're all asked to give your committee selections last week, and the mayor will work on that this week so that we're ready to appoint in 2 weeks' time. Whoever we are appointing, they may be asked to participate in one of these community appointee selection committee meetings before the bylaws officially passed on the 26th. But once we know who that is, then we'll figure out that.
Okay, thank you. So we need to vote on this, our approval. Yep, all in favor? Oh, sorry, go ahead, Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kettner. Matt, can you get your crystal ball out? I was approached by a gentleman at the attack game last week, who's been on the board for years and years and years. And he says, boy, this is going to cost me for a ton of money because of the contract, the 5.2 versus a 10. And I said, no, it's not. Oh, yes, it is. So this isn't going to be a big hit?
No. The new Community Policing Services Act that's been proclaimed in April as part of this removes completely any distinction between contract and non-contract communities. That will not exist anymore. Nobody will be in a contract. We'll just be an OPP police community. The costing, the billing model has been the same between the two types for now some years, but somebody who's been on a PSB in the past may not realize that that has changed. I think that was about 5 years ago. So our bill is calculated in exactly the same way as a contract community is. Where the additional costs come in related to this is that we do have to pay expenses and training costs for the members of the board. So whichever one of you is appointed is required to take some training and so on, and will be required to travel to meetings throughout the detachment for the board. And as a whole, the detachment has to pay for that. We've included $5,000 in the budget for this year for that. That's a rough estimate based on what other communities are currently budgeting for their police services boards in the local area. So that should be the only cost to this in reality.
Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I like this one a lot personally. And I like who's going to be involved, particularly the South Bruce and North Bruce and the Saugeen First Nation and Chippewas and Nawash. I think that this is something that does appeal to myself. So I'm telling you that on point number 1, I'd let my name stand if my fellow councillors would like that. Sort of self-edifying, isn't it?
No, thank you for expressing your interest. So we need to vote just to receive this. All in favor? And that's carried. Next is a recommendation that the Delegated Authority Annual Report for 2023 be received for information purposes. I need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Forder, seconded by Deputy Mayor. And open for discussion on this. Deputy Mayor Keaveney.
Thank you, Worship. I had a couple of questions, if I may. I wanted to ask about section 41. And I guess the page is not numbered. In any event, just for clarification. Thank you. $30,000 is the tax supported funds that we provide. And yet last year, $50,000 was distributed. Had there been a reserve or just how did we end up spending more money than we offered in the grant?
Yeah, we have a reserve for this. You'll remember that during 2020 and 2021 in particular, we gave out very, very limited funding because there was very limited recreation opportunities available. So that 30,000 that was still in the budget for those years has been transferred into a reserve annually as part of your annual non-budgeted year-end reserve transfers report. So when we move forward this year, and I think the last time that you saw the updated policy, we said that, the food bank should allocate as much as was required, be based on that reserve, and that would give us an opportunity to see exactly how much the community was looking for this, to see whether we need to change the budget amount at some point in the future. I believe we do still have about the right amount in reserves that if we had to go up to a 50-ish again this year, we would be able to, but that will be it. The food bank will know how much money they have in total, and once it runs out, it runs out. And then for 2025's budget, council will have to decide whether to stick at 30,000 or whether to increase it to reflect the demand. Part of that demand certainly is increase in swim lesson costs as part of our transfer to the Y. Part of it is the fact that council upped the income threshold back in the middle of last year sometime to allow more people to apply for this.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kettner. I had the same question, but on the same thing. And I don't want addresses. Can you tell me whether this is being used across the complete municipality? Or is it mostly just urban people using this?
I'm just going to pull up the report. So the report that we get from the food bank doesn't list addresses because they're doing this so that we don't know who it is that's doing it. So no, I can't give you that. What I can say is that this covers everything from YMCA memberships to hockey equipment to swim lessons and dance camps, and a number of things that aren't even necessarily offered in the municipality, but municipal residents are taking advantage of in neighbouring communities. So my assumption is that this is fairly broad based, but no, I can't tell you that because we don't ask for that level of reporting.
Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Pages 150 to 152, section 34 of the contracts. So my only question is, yes, these are under the 200,000, so there's the delegated authority applies. My question is still just, are these going out for tender? Are these get 3 quotes? How are these being kind of acquired through that process?
So all of these are procured in different ways depending on the purchasing policy the council's adopted. So anything over 50,000 does go through a formal documented RFP or RFT process. That generally depends on whether it's a very specific task that is just the best price wins. So something like, I suspect, pea gravel removal was probably a tender because it's just, can you do this job or not? Whereas something like a development charges background study, for instance, although that wasn't this year, it was procured previously, is more qualitative as well as price-based. Below 50,000, there is what we call the informal RFQ process, which is where staff define exactly what it is that we need and send it out to suppliers, often in the local area or suppliers that we've used in the past, and get at least 3 quotes back. Under 5,000, which don't really appear on here because it's, at that low level, it's just a go and buy, basically.
Any other questions? You ready to vote on this? All in favor? That's accepted. Thank you. Next is a recommendation that Committee of the Whole receive Development Services fourth quarter 2023 report for information purposes. Need a mover and seconder. Okay, Councillor Greenfield and Deputy Mayor. Discussion on this report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through you, so through the municipal enforcement division section, so I see there's a significant increase in property standards files suggesting there could be a growing issue. There's 132 in 2023 versus 52 in 2022. Just curious to know, get a little bit of insight, what that might signify, please.
Mr. Voigt?
Thank you, through your worship. Holly was on a dog call and I wasn't sure if she was going to be here or not, so. So she has informed me that that's actually a couple of things. One is, we have more residential units here. We do know that throughout the community, there's more folks that have moved here in the last few years. Some of it is also coming out of the pandemic. People have now taken upon themselves to do more formal complaints and try to get bylaw involved in things. So it's a little bit of growth and probably a lot more of just folks wanting to make sure that they're exercising their right to engage with bylaw on issues that they have problems with.
So are you saying it's not Airbnbs?
Worship, no, number that we got for solid and
Good.
these are not
Any other questions, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. And Mr. Boyd, I'm wondering, further to that discussion, is there something we can do in terms of education to help our public understand what's acceptable in terms of, when they need to cut their grass and so on and so forth?
Through your worship, yeah. I mean, I know there are a specific information campaigns that we do. Those are often with pet care and things of that nature. There's information that goes out when the seasons change because that relates to snow clearing of the roadways. So there's that. Also with winter, there's sidewalk clearing requirements. In fact, we talked about that, I believe, at the last council meeting. So there are a number of those kinds of things that go out there, and I can check with Holly on what the plans are for other sort of public information pieces that are out there. We are actually all the divisions, since we're talking about a Q4 report for the entire department. This year, all the divisions under development services are undertaking a review of our web pages to make sure that not only is the information up to date, but it's always good to have a bit of a refresh and making sure that we have sort of plain language identified in there and things like bylaws that can be very technical, having those kind of broken down into that. So that is one of the work programs that all three of the managers have. And then also Graham for economic development. So we're trying what we can to get the word out there. A lot of the stuff can be a little complicated and, we can explain it to people, but we can't understand it for them. So we try our best.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, Your Worship. Not a question, but a comment. The number on this report that caught my eye primarily was building permits values of almost $65 million. I think in a year of rising interest rates, which deferred or maybe cut back on some building projects, I think that's commendable, and I think it bodes well for the municipality in the future. Yesterday, my good wife and I had a couple hours to take a brief tour into some of our more rural areas, and we were both amazed at how many new homes were out there in the rural area. Now, they weren't all built last year, but hey, there are a lot of popular spots out there for people to build. I hope we can keep it going. I know we will.
Anyone else? Then let's vote on this. All in favor? It's carried. And finally, the delegated authority for Q4 2023 memo. Mover and seconder to consider that.
We
Councillor
we
Porter
don't need to
and
move for a second for that one, I don't think.
pardon? I don't need to.
No, normally we don't for those memos. It's just there for information.
Okay, fine. Then we can move right along and unless anybody has a question about it, and let's have the county council report from Deputy Mayor Keaveney.
Thank you very much, your worship. County Council did meet last Thursday, February the 8th. During the customary adoption of minutes, those from the Long-Term Care Redevelopment Task Force for Rockwood Terrace in Durham were brought forward. Andrew Rodriguez from the consulting firm hired for this project brought an update on the technical approvals from the Ministry of Long-Term Care, noting that the working drawings were submitted to the ministry in October of 2023. Comments from the ministry were received back in November, and a subsequent response provided by the project team in December. Mr. Rodriguez noted that approval was received in January, so things are moving along fairly quickly to proceed with tendering the construction in accordance with terms of the development agreement. He spoke to the project schedule, noting that February 1st is the planned release of the tender, and it will run till March 7th. So a contract is expected to be awarded in April with site mobilization in May. And the current forecast for the first resident occupying the facility is Q4 of 2026. Council did pass a bylaw to authorize the acquisition of the Diamond Motel. We've talked about that before for the purchase price of $3,050,000. And this facility will provide temporary housing for homeless people in Grey County. There was a presentation by Peter Fries from Voxter Assessment. Mr. Fries provided council an overview of the county's tax policy, and I know Ross would be delighted to explain everything we learned. It was complex for sure, and I don't think any of us really grasped all of it. It is complicated, so maybe someday Val will take us through it. But in any event, after that, the next report spoke to some amendments to the county bylaw regulating traffic and parking within the county road system. Of note to Meaford, Grey Road 15, north of the intersection of Grey Road 15 and Kings Highway 26, currently has a 329-meter long, 50-kilometer zone before it transitions to an 80-kilometer speed limit. The traffic manual suggests regulatory signs, which would speak to a minimum speed zone length of 500 meters. So this will be changed to a graduated 50 meters, then 60, and then up to 80. And that will take in 1,000 meters back from the section we mentioned there on Grey 15. Okay, the last report dealt with suggested efficiencies to counting planning processes. When considering suggestions for Grey's member municipalities, it was important to note that each municipality is slightly different. The municipalities have different council and committee structures, staffing levels, resources, and development demands. A one-size-fits-all approach will not work for all the 9 municipalities. County staff are not intimately aware of the internal workings in the member municipalities either. As such, the suggestions will be considered and possibly adapted to meet individual municipal needs as municipalities see fit. The recommendations include reviewing the county's fees and charges bylaw, delegating approval for condominium and plans of subdivision to county staff, reviewing existing pre-consultation processes to determine efficiencies, processing planning applications concurrently where appropriate, delegating additional planning approvals to staff where possible to do so, and considering sharing planning services between the county and our 9 lower tiers. So there's a lot of information there, and I'm hopeful perhaps at some point Director Boyd will speak to us about that and any possible collaborations that he would recommend for us with Grey County. And that's really it, Your Worship, unless you wanted to add anything.
Thank you very much. Were there other boards or committees Any reports from them? Okay, then a motion to move out of committee of the whole at 3:46 PM, moved by Councillor Bartley, seconded by Councillor Bell. And moving on to councillor motions, I think Councillor Porter, you have a motion going forward. Yeah, I probably didn't. Do we need to vote to leave the exit committee of the whole?
Generally, yes.
Sorry, all in favor? Give you time to recoup there. Do you have a motion or notice of motion here? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have anything written down per se, but I know we discussed that briefly, so I would like to have the off-leash times changed for the Memorial Park in the off-season, please.
Okay,
However we want to word that.
We'll work with you.
thank you. And now motions for decision, and Deputy Mayor, you have one.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I do. And I know that everyone will have read the motion, but the request is for your support to come back and ask staff to prepare a report outlining the costs for us regarding either electrical repairs or any solar additives that could come onto our streetlights so that string lights could be added, because we've had a number of events who are suggesting that maybe our downtown could be spiffed up a little, particularly towards the Christmas season. And I think this is a good starting point to understand what the costs would be for those repairs or for solar panels that could go onto the street lights. So I just happy to take any questions and ask for your support with this motion.
Any questions? Sorry, Councillor Bell?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Is this just to wrap around existing light standards, or you want to string lights across Sykes Street?
So it is my hope through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Bell, that as we've seen in Thornbury and other communities where they wrap string lights around the lamp posts, and if we're lucky, those lights could come up and perhaps go around the wreaths that currently act as our Christmas decorations downtown. And I think if we could add those string lights, it would really beautify the downtown at the Christmas season, and particularly now that we've got Christmas on the Bay and we've got the Santa Claus parade and the lighting of the tree and the unveiling and a number of events that happen through that season of the year. It would just, I mean, as we all drive around and we see lights in other communities, and we always comment on how beautiful they are. And it really got my attention this year driving through Rockland, and they've got lights. So I thought we need to, as I say, spiff up our downtown. And so I'm hopeful that that we can achieve this report and that the cost will be something that we can bear.
Councillor Yerig?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure anybody seconded that, so I was going to second that because I do support the motion because I think would be very helpful.
Okay, you ready to vote? All in favor? And that is passed unanimously. So we have a resolution to accept the council meeting minutes for January 26th and January 29th, and the closed meeting held on January 17th. I need a mover and seconder. Councillor Bartley and Forder, all in favor? Thank you. Is there anything from the communications section? I don't think we have to actually vote on these at all. Anything from the correspondence list in particular? Anybody want to raise anything there? Then I think we are ready to move into a closed session at this point. And the recommendation is be it resolved that Council of the Municipality of Meaford does now go into a closed session at 3:51 PM to discuss A, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, specifically relating to a long-term disability update with the interim CAO, deputy clerk, and HR manager in attendance. B, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality, specifically relating to capacity funding for the TC Energy Pump Storage Project with the interim CAO, deputy clerk, and project manager for pump storage in attendance. And C, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality, specifically the 2023 legal status update with the interim CAO and deputy clerk in attendance. And we will return following the meeting to report out. And
Before you get a move in a second to Mr. Mayor, I wonder if I can make two minor amendments to that recommendation. One is to remove the HR manager from the first item. She's not here today. And the second is to add Norman Sandberg from Ainley, our project manager, to B. And hopefully with your indulgence, we can deal with item B first, because then the staff involved can disappear.
okay, thank you very much.
So we'd need a move in a seconder and a
Oh,
vote
yes,
for
move
that.
and seconder and moved by Councillor Forder, seconded by Councillor Yurig, and we are adjourning. Pardon? Oh, yes, okay. Are we going to proceed in here? Yeah, okay. Well, just reporting out of our closed session today, we've given staff direction on the report we received regarding TC Energy and also some advice on legal matters that we were informed on. And that concludes today's meeting, and we'll call it adjourned.